Xenocryon just subscribed for 2 months.
Haha, yep. Thank you. Whoops. Yeah, thank you for the sub. I was saying thank you, but then I forgot how to stream apparently. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I didn't stream for 2 streams and then I forgot how to stream. Who would have thought? But yeah, thank you, dude. I really do appreciate that. It do mean a lot to me. Yeah, how you doing today? What's up with you? How's life? Yeah, so actually I do want to pull up the BTP video too. I don't know if I'm gonna talk about it right to start, but we'll see. And I don't know like how much there really is to talk about it, but I think it could be worth just, you know, the wrong button. Oh God. There we go. Could be worth talking about a little bit. Especially if anyone has any questions, if anyone is coming in from watching that video or anything like that. Because we do have, you know, we do have a bunch of new people subscribing to YouTube and stuff, so there's a chance that we get some new faces around here, but we'll see. Doing fine, been doing yard work. That's rough. At least especially if you live in the US right now, because we're getting bombarded by heat. Although I think it's kind of like everywhere. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like almost 100 degrees out today, where I'm at. Beats, how's your weekend? It was good. I also, first of all, hello Fig, how are you doing? My weekend was good. I went to a wedding. Got to hang out with all my friends from home, so it was good. Lots of fun. But yeah, it was a good time. Feels like 99. Yeah, it's hot out there. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Nice. We had someone break into our house Saturday, so that was fun. Damn, that's what I like to call not fun, actually. My brother actually had something similar happen there. Not break into the house, but someone rifled through their cars. They were unlocked, but still, it's never fun. We're all at home too. It was scary, but we're good. It was just some guy looking for a place to squat. Ah, damn. Yeah, that's worse if you're home. Damn, that's crazy. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're okay. But yeah, I don't know how to start this stream. We're probably going to be doing more like patching for the next version of the game. So more spreadsheeting and talking balance changes and that kind of thing. Maybe some art, maybe, probably not. Actually, I don't even know what I would draw. So it's probably just talking game design, and then a bit of talking about Fire Lizard 2. I don't think I can draw another Fire Lizard for no reason. Got too much stuff to do. It was fun though. It was fun drawing something that didn't really have much consequence, you know? But that being said, I need to work on stuff, especially because I was, you know, out of for a few days. Granted, I probably should take weekends off, but you know, here we are. Still gonna crochet that bad boy at some point. That'd be awesome. That'd be cool to see. I would love to see it. But yeah, I guess we can get into that for now, and then maybe we'll talk about the BTP video if people have questions. But I guess just a brief synopsis to start. I was in another Blackthorn Prod video. They did like a physics themed challenge, and I made Stellar Shift. Most of you have already... Okay, that's an ad. This is an ad. Don't look. Not a sponsor. The timestamps are messed up. There we go. And it's me. Look at that. So yeah, we'll talk about this maybe. I'm not entirely positive, but it's bringing in a lot of new people, so that's cool. We've got like 150 new subscribers on YouTube from it, and like 11 new Discord members, which we did hit past 100 Discord members, so that's pretty awesome. That's exciting. So yeah, this video went live. Hello, sweet Beat Bean. Hello, Beans. Beans, what are you doing? How you doing, Bean? But yeah, this game was fun. I think that it wasn't a perfect game, but it was cool to make, and people seem to be thinking it's cool. It definitely wasn't good as like Black Ridge or something, but it was cool. I can kind of explain it later, maybe. I think we've kind of talked about it here, and unless we get some new people curious about it, I'll probably won't talk about it too in depth, but I did want to at least say that I did this and it was cool, and if you want to watch it, you can. It's up there. It exists. Especially because I haven't actually done a video in like 2 months, which it doesn't feel that long, but here we are. Hopefully my new other video will be out somewhat soon, but for now we got streaming, you know. But yeah, that was a fun thing to work on. Wait, hold on, there's an Easter egg here. Because Bean told me to do it on hold. Wait, where is it? There it is. Wait, go back. Hold. There we go. Little Luna. Little Lunesta. Do you have like a projected timeline when you want each game to be finished? That's a good question. Actually, you did ask what the plan for today was. Yeah, so the plan was to talk about this a little bit. Again, not entirely sure to what extent, but for now it's just, yeah, I did this. It was fun to work on. Everyone did a good job. So yeah, in this game, I'm not going to be expanding on. It wasn't good enough to keep working on. I could reuse some of the visual elements from it because I did really enjoy the look of the game, but this one it's done. Now for my other games, talk about those real quick. Actually, I'm just gonna leave that open. Highly recommend Control Shift T if you ever want to reopen a tab. It's a great shortcut key. Anyway, the plan for projected timelines. It's really hard to say. Ideally, probably both my games done enough to like at least have like maybe try to make like a physical copy for myself, like, and actually have it printed at like Game Crafter or something like that, probably by the end of the year. That's my goal. At the latest, right? Obviously, I'd like to have it done sooner, but it's going to be really hard to get anything substantial like done on the game in general. Or sorry, I'm losing my train of thought mid sentence. It's gonna be hard to get this game produced and made for people because of like the upfront cost if I'm doing like a physical release, right? So I will have to have like something like a Kickstarter or something, and that will cost that'll cost a lot of money. So I really need a following in order to do that. Also, one of your BRB videos says you guys got judged and the judge was like, this was not fun. Did that really happen? Because how rude. Yep, that was 100% real. That was a live reaction. That judge was me. It definitely wasn't you, Bean. God dang it, Bean. It really wasn't Bean. That was the actual judge. Yeah, that was the first video for this game, because we did a game jam and we got, you know, judged, and that was the reaction to it. So here we are. So yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, hopefully with armies, if we can, if the new minion mechanic, yo, Anonymous, what's up, dude? How you doing today? Beats, I missed your streams. I missed my streams too. I mean, there's only like 2 I missed, but I still missed them, you know? It's a good time here. Such a mean thing to say. Oh, good Gord. Yeah, it was definitely not a good critique. I'll put it that way. I wish, like, especially for something that you're like participating in for free and that kind of thing, it really should have had, he should have had something more to say, even if it's like, yeah, I didn't like it, but you know, the art was cool, or you know, whatever, something, right? Like shotgun. He did actually respond to the video, which was interesting, on YouTube. It wasn't for me, but here's some ideas you can improve on. Exactly. So like, there's also a little more context, of course. So this is the video. Is this game really that bad? This is him right here. Oh wait, you probably can't see this. Let's do full display. Oh, that's not better either. Oh, here we go. This is him right here. He says, man, that judge got one guy is lame sauce. So good video, gents. Sorry for my lack of foresight. Maybe made y'all take home 16th. Love to see if you can participate again. And I said no hard feelings. Appreciate you saying that. Definitely could see myself participating. Again, really happy with how it came out, though I did put some recommendations at one of the other guys' comments for the next jam. Making sure to give some constructive feedback would be nice too, though it did make for a good intro, haha. Then he's like, cut me some slack, man. Which I wouldn't mean to like harp on him, but you know, whatever. So I know you knew what I meant when I was talking about what I said, or when I said what I did, and there's a little point to me saying I agree with him. He's mentioning the other judge. For the sake of it, oh yeah, he says here, I've got nothing else to say, or nothing to add that Judge Chu's to add to Judge Chu's remarks. And hey, for what it's worth, I regret letting thought come out so cold, but I'm glad you could get a good cold open from it at least, lol. And then I'm like, sorry, I didn't mean to harp on you. I guess what I meant was this competition, or what did I say? I guess what I meant was that this competition seems like it's meant to be a learning experience, and the more constructive feedback, the better, even if that's ripping my game to shreds, haha. But that's isn't fair. Blah, 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 blah. What did I say? But that's fair. There wasn't much added to Judge T's feedback. Plus, a lot of the game's problems were pretty apparent in the game itself. Again, no hard feelings. I do appreciate you saying that. You said Gucci sunglasses emoji. Anyway, it was interesting. But yeah, anyway, let's read what you guys had to say about it. Yeah, I should have been there. Would have told Jin, beat him at a game of Go Fish and make him cry in front of everyone. It's very Jim Royale's gonna go through 0 feedback at Gucci. Are you serious? But yeah. Anyway, I don't particularly like. I have feelings on the game jams as a whole, especially with the. I don't think it's that big of a deal in the past now. 100% agreed. Yeah, it's like I don't care anymore. It was like a little bit, you know, whatever. Like it would have been nice to have constructive feedback at that point. Well, this is the first time I hear of it. Yeah, it's you know, it's an older video, and arguably it's like, you know, over a year old now, right? Is it? No, not quite. How old is that video? Because that was right when the game jam was, which started this game. 11 months. Armies is actually approaching its year birthday. I think it's the first video I saw. Very true. I think they could run their game jams a little bit differently. And they've been trying things, to credit to them, right? But it's definitely interesting. Can't really complain too much at this point. But yeah, I mean, I talk about my feelings mostly in the video at the end, you know, but yeah. What advice do you have for peeps who start a passion project but have a hard time either with writer's block or just a lack of motivation going or to keep going? Good question. What advice do I have? I mean, I'm trying to think of like good advice, right? Because like I could just say, try to stay disciplined and that kind of thing. I mean, part of that is true, right? Just, when you don't feel like working on something, you just keep trying to push through, right? And I think that's kind of hard to do. Obviously, it's not like an easy thing to say. Or easier said than done, right? I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I guess the key to that though is a lot of time people will enjoy working on something, but the biggest struggle is starting or getting started again each day, right? So if you can have the discipline to work on something for 20 minutes, then you can usually find the motivation to keep going. So basically just get started, and once you're started, you'll find that momentum to keep working on something. So it's a little bit of both, right? Like find that discipline to just start. And once you can do that, you will find the motivation to keep working. I guess that's my advice. Because a lot of time it's hard to get started. Solid advice. Okay, good. I'm glad. Because that's a lot of time what it is. Because a lot of time, like, I don't want to, like, it's like, man, I don't want to work on this video, or whatever. And then once I get started, like, today is, like, a good example. Granted, I actually wanted to work on it today, but, and one way to help you get started, honestly, is just, like, getting a timer. This is a Pomodoro timer or whatever. It's a 25-minute timer, and then it does a short break for 5 minutes, and then after whatever, like 4 of these, it gives you a long break for 15 minutes, and you just keep doing that. Something along those lines, right? It doesn't have to be that amount of time. It can be whatever works for you, but that's usually a good way to help you get started. And a lot of time you'll find that, like, once you get into it and you're at the 25-minute time and you get to a short break, you're like, I don't want to take this break. You should anyway. You get up, stand up, walk around, and then just get back to it. So that's my recommendation. Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah. I should probably work on something, huh? We've been yapping for 28 minutes. Yeah, I guess we'll just work on this stuff right away. And see how it do. What do we, I guess we'll just keep going through the notes. Witch's Hut should be a unit effect. I don't know if I agree with that. That's just like a potential there, I think. Consider rewording Maw. We'll definitely have to do that, but I don't know if I want to do that quite yet. Archer and God of War having units before attacking. So I guess there's a weird interaction, right? When you have something like God of War or the Osgathian Fortress, which, wait, no, not Osgathian Fortress. No, it is. Yeah, sorry. You gain 2 units before you attack. The weird thing is, if you have something like this, you may attack 2 targets, but only take damage for the highest. power level, or sorry, strength of the target. So you get to attack 2 people for a buy one get one, if you will. The weird part is this needs 2 units or 10 units to trigger. This also can be the icon. Let's make that change real quick while I'm thinking about it. Basically what I'm getting at is the problem is, sorry, I'm just distracting myself here. Archer. The problem here is that technically when you would use one of these, like if you have the God of War, right? You gain 2 units before attacking. Does that trigger the ability and then... I guess it probably would, because it's before you attack. It's like, when does the ability trigger? Because in theory, you gain, like... I guess it's you may attack 2 targets. Let me kind of explain this a little better. Because I don't know what the proper answer is. This might be they instead. I don't know, maybe it's something that doesn't need to be fixed. For once, Tabletop Simulator isn't on my top of my list. It's an odd occurrence that it happens. Well, let's open it at least. This is like one of the less interesting game design things, but we'll talk about it. It's really just like an order of operations thing, and maybe this gets fixed by some rule clarity thing that I need to do. But essentially the problem is, say you had God of War and you have a archer. The archer has 8 units on them. They want to attack 2 targets. Doesn't really matter what these 2 targets are. They want to attack 2 targets. Let's pretend that we can actually kill them. In this case, we can't. But this ability doesn't trigger until it has 10 or more units on it. However, when they're using this, they should gain 2 units before the attack goes off. Okay. So it's a bit confusing. I don't know if... I think it maybe just is fine. Heroes now have the effect, before this hero attacks, gain 2 units. This hero has 10 or more units on it. You may attack 2 targets, but only take the damage of the highest strength of the targets. Only take damage for the highest. That could be reworded to be better, but it should say you only take the damage of the highest strength target. I think it's fine. I don't think it needs to be changed. Some of the wording just needs to be a little bit clearer, but But effectively, this allows their thing to be active when they're attacking. I think it's probably fine. You may attack 2 targets, but you only have damage. You only take damage for the highest power level target. That's just a little bit of... All right. Let's see. Palm hand to Archer. I always do this. I never remember what tab I'm supposed to be clicking on. Make the patch notes here. Has been reworded for clarity and consistency. Cool. I don't think this is true. This is like something to maybe keep an eye on. Like Cleric, it says keep an eye on. I think Cleric is actually super powerful, but we'll see how that works out in the end. Maw we still need to work on. Archer after attacking, that's fine, I think. Maybe we'll come back to that if we keep having issues with it, but for now, I think it's okay. It's kind of like one of those things that technically you could read it one way or the other. Because I guess, what does this say? Like, technically, I think the way it's worded, you may attack 2 targets, right? Nah, I think it's fine. I think I'm just overthinking it at this point. Disabling... Hello? Ad block? Disabling negative defeated effects should say player. Oh, this was in the specifics of something, but I don't remember what card. Oh, I guess just in general, right? Any card that says disable negative defeated effect should say player. Okay, that's like a poorly written thing. That's one of my one of the worst thing I'm the worst at is I always what do I always do, guys? I write bad notes when I'm doing I hope Toots makes an appearance. Toots is a good egg. I agree. Toots usually comes here on Wednesdays. Maybe he's busy. I don't know. I take bad notes when I'm doing playtest, and I really need to be more thorough with them. But usually I'm like, that'll make sense when I read it later. I'm like, nope, it sure doesn't. So yeah, the idea is that instead of this is another thing. This is actually one that I'm conflicted on. Because there's a little bit of teamwork in this, but there's also a little bit of like, I don't want to add contention to like between players, right? So say like each player has a card, and whether it's a spell that you play that has a negative effect or you kill an enemy that gives a negative effect, the idea is that sometimes these could disable one of your cards, right? So like say I kill something, and I don't know, is Shard Brute, right? Yeah, Shard Brute. Say I kill a Shard Brute. He dies. Like this, he dies. And then it says, the effect says, a card of your choice is disabled until the end of next turn. Now, usually when it doesn't say, like, a, oh, I guess in this case it should say player. I think I know what I was trying to say now. It should say player because people might think that I can disable an old god card. I think that's part of it. But the other part of it is that this could also mean... I always get cat hair in my mouth. This could also mean that I could disable my allies card, right? So I could go... I could be like, okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna disable my friend's card. That obviously it's not bad that like you can have that decision, right? It's good to have like the co-op strategy where I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna disable your card if that's cool, instead of disabling my card. But I also don't like that. I don't like negatively affecting your ally. You know, when they're for this, I think it's okay, but maybe where it needs to change is like something like a spell. There's like one that like disables any card. Yeah, like this, I guess. When this card is played, disable one hero of your choice until the end of the next turn. This probably should specifically be yourself. Because, like, I don't know. I don't like the idea that I play a card and I can disable my allies' stuff. I think that feels bad, despite it also being kind of part of the strategy. But, like, imagine I don't have a hero, right? And only my ally has a hero and I play this card. That feels weird to me. Now, maybe on the other hand, when you have, like, you know, you kill a Shard Brute and it dies and we have the choice of disabling it, then it's okay if I disable an ally's card, but, you know, here we are. How are the beautiful crochets? I also want to know. I too want to know. How's everyone doing, by the way? Tell me about your day. Tell me about everything. I guess, like, how was your weekend? What are you guys up to? You working on anything? Answer all those questions in order. Just kidding. So yeah, I guess maybe this is sort of this is sort of two thoughts. It is needs to say player card so they don't think you can disable a old god card. And then the other aspect of it is players shouldn't be able to negatively affect allies. I mean, this game is very cooperative, but I think there's certain scenarios where it just feels weird, where you can like negatively do that kind of thing to allies. They're doing a shipped Toots Axolotl, so he's gonna get that soon. Awesome. Working on a unicorn and kitty backpack right now. Hell yeah. Sounds fun. Didn't know you could crochet backpacks. Well, I'm pretty grumpy mood today and don't understand folks for... Oh, and sorry, I don't know how I'm putting words where they don't belong. Pretty grumpy mood today. I don't understand, folks. I agree. As for weekend, was good. Good. I'm glad. Wonderfully magical. Agreed. Much magic. I'm very dyslexic today, apparently. I'm just getting back into streaming. It's been, you know, a week, and now I've forgotten how to read. So, I'm sorry you're grumpy, Bean. I believe in you. I have the believitude. All right, I guess I'll do this, even though it's boring. I think this one's fine. A player card of your choice is disabled till next turn. Let's just write up a note here. I'm making a note here. Cards that say, sorry, negative defeated effects now say player, so it isn't confused as an effect to disable old god cards. It shouldn't be because it's a negative effect, but you know, you never know. Charbrute was one of them. A land of your choice. I mean, these are actually all make sense. It's just a Charbrute. Oh, good to know. It's good to know for later. All right, I want your opinion. I want your actual factual opinion. Is this, as far as content goes, interesting? I know a lot of time it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, oh, it's a nice co-working atmosphere, which I think is good. But I'm curious to know how you feel about it. Or if you're just happy lurking, hanging out with me. Or if you just hate every moment of it and you're just hate watching me for because you you know, I don't know, you're just like a weird person or something. Who knows? The latter, if I'm honest. The lurking, I mean. The hate watching? Yeah, I know. You're right. No, that makes sense. Bad timing. I knew what you meant. Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured I'm like... I kind of know like this sort of thing is kind of a co-working thing. Because I don't know, I think kind of like all my content is sort of that way, and that's like mostly I think what this kind of stream is. Like if you watch other people doing this kind of content, typically that's what it is. We have like a bit of yap where we talk, and then it becomes like at the start of the stream for like half an hour, and then I get into stuff and it gets quieter, which is fine. Again, not complaining. I am just curious as to if people are like just bored, or if they're just kind of like, oh, this is chill, you know? It's like, oh man, I wish Beats was drawing. I wish Beats was, you know, whatever. Disable a hero of... Disable one of your... to the end of your next turn. Enjoy just chilling and occasionally sharing stuff. Good, okay. Cool. I'm like, part of me is like wondering if that's like okay to like strive for, you know, just to have like a bunch of people hanging out, or if I should try to do more engaging content, you know? I kind of wonder that. It's not the content. Then what is it, Bean? What are you trying to say? Is that just the kind of watcher you are? No, I don't know. Yeah, like I'm typically, I don't know, I guess there are like, you know, yeah, different people who, you know, are more lurker kind of people. It's my energy level with terrible attention span. That's fair. But like, this is also not necessarily, I mean, I guess it kind of is content you could be engaging on, but like without context, it's kind of hard, right? Like if I'm like, oh yeah, you can you know, should I make this ability do this, or, you know, whatever. Most people aren't going to have that sort of context to be like, oh yeah, I think you should do that. It's maybe like hard to engage on some of the content, you know. Sorry, I had to piece out for a sec, but folks can be the worst. Is this in response to Bean's mood? Yeah, people can be jerks for sure. Look into minions attacking last. This is the Maximus thing. I'm not going to jump on this yet because I think the new minion change does change things, so we're going to kind of hold off on that. And we'll see. It's something that could still be done, but unsure on that. We're holding off on this patch though from including it as a rule. Necromancer and Necromancer Altar disabled. Oh, right. Hydrate. Good call. Thank you. So the problem here is Necromancer is a Necromancer has, if the Necromancer altar card is in play, this hero returns to your hand when it dies. The problem is structures now can be placed when they're not active, and that feels a little bit wrong. Having this disabled and then the Necromancer still coming alive. So I think it probably should be reworded. If you have the Necromancy Altar, the card Necromancy Altar active, do I need to say in play? Probably just active is fine. Enabled? In play and enabled? I guess saying and enabled would probably be the best for clarity. Yeah, we'll go with that. That seems the most clear to me. Necromancer, Necromancer, yeah. So let's do. I guess the Necromancer themselves. If the Necromancer card is in play, or Necromancer Altar card is in play and enabled. Sorry, I was just making sure that that was the correct terminology to use. We already have a Necromancer in here somewhere. These notes are getting kind of messed up. Necromancer also has a change to wording on base effect. Now states that the Necromancer altar should be enabled to gain the effect. Cool. Gotta drop off the kiddos at Nana's house. Be back in a bit. All right. Sounds good. Good luck. Good luck in your mission. We're going to be hitting an ad in about 4 minutes. And we'll have our typical 3-minute ad break. And then we'll get back to the old action. If you're new here, typically we run an ad break and it I take a break, you take a break, the ads play, and then we get back to the action. And that way you don't have to have ads for a whole heckin' hour. What am I even doing? Bye, Fig. Goodbye, Fig. The fig shall return. It's been prophesized. Okay, we did the necromancy altar interaction with Necromancer. We're good there. Minion stack has weird interactions with things like Necromancer, and Charm, blah, blah, blah. I don't think... Fig is a good crochet bean. Agreed. I agree. Fig also streams the crocheting. Here, we'll silently give Fig a shout out. I wish shout outs let you just like had the autofill. That work? Yeah. There you go. Check out Fig. If you're if you like crocheting. I don't know why I said it like that. If you like crocheting, I think that's interesting. If you like art, if you like cute stuff. AV talented bean. Bean also streams and is a talented bean. So you should watch Bean as well. And so is Adonimus. Adonimus is also a talented bean. You're all very talented and cool. And I like you. So there. Deal with it. Minion stacks, weird interaction. Okay, this is... Charm might need... What the heck is Swam? Minion stack has weird interactions with things like Necro, Charm, and Swam. Nah, I'm the most inconsistent streamer. That's fine. Doesn't mean your art isn't and your streams are fun, and yeah. Can someone explain to me what Swam is? Charm? The past tense of swim? Yeah, but like, what did I mean when I wrote it down? It must have been like an autocorrect thing. Like I typed some like, I don't know. All right, we're about to hit an ad. Again, we're gonna be in an ad for 3 minutes. If you are subscribed,
I'm turning
you'll
my
get to see my
card-based
Be Right Back
tabletop
video.
role-playing game
If not,
into a fully
you'll see
fledged
3 minutes of ads.
That's right,
and I will be
a role-playing game like Dungeons and Dragons,
see
but
you
with the
in
deck
3
building
minutes.
mechanics of something like Slay the Spire. Not only that, but doing so solves a bunch of problems generally experienced in many tabletop RPGs. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi role-playing game called Soul. Now you might be saying, Nathaniel, you're just making this game into a deck builder because it's popular right now. And to that, I say, you're right. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping that a popular game genre wouldn't help promote my game. But even though that is true, that's not really the reason I decided to make this change. It's actually because it solves a lot of problems in my game. But before I explain why I did it, let's explain what I actually did. To start, I'm going to use an action system similar to version 2 of my game called Concentration. Each point of concentration essentially counts as one action. The exception here is that more powerful cards may cost more than one concentration to use. This is going to be similar to Hearthstone's mana system or Slay the Spire's energy system. A player will start the game with 3 concentration and be allowed to spend it on various cards on their turn. After spending it, their concentration will regenerate when it becomes their turn again. As for the cards themselves, there are 3 different types of playable cards. Basic actions. These cards allow you to perform a simple action, mainly one of your equipped items, such as a weapon to attack an enemy. As a note here, there will be an inventory system where you have separate cards equipped, but that's for another video. Physical abilities. Generally, these are things that can be done within human means, or alien means, or whatever. Something like the Knight's Cleave ability, which makes a sweep attack hitting multiple enemies, or the Medic's First Aid ability, even when it's not on their turn. And lastly, nano abilities. I won't kid myself, this is basically a magic system under the guise of technology. This allows a character to perform actions and go beyond what's normally possible, such as Medic being able to use mass healing, which allows them to heal allies in an area. This also helps to explain older abilities like the DJ Scale ability, which allows you to change the size of other characters' abilities. A player will choose an assortment of these cards from a class or multiple classes to build a deck. Once they have their deck, they can use these abilities in-game, especially during combat. Once combat begins, a player will draw 6 cards and be able to choose what actions to perform by playing these cards and using concentration to do so. Once a card is played, it goes into a discard pile and cannot be played again until their deck is empty. I'm still debating on whether a player's hand refreshes every turn, or if they can retain their cards and draw enough to fill their hand. Playtesting is probably in order to decide which one's best, but let me know what you think. Either way, that's the general premise of the deck building aspect, so let's explain why I actually made this choice. For those of you who play games like Dungeons & Dragons, will likely know this sort of situation. Your party gets into a fight with some enemies, and it gets to your fighter's turn. Your dungeon master asks a fighter what they would like to do, and they say attack one of their enemies with their legendary magic sword. They attack, and then the DM asks what they would like to do with their 3 additional actions. And they simply say they want to attack with their sword again, even though there might be more interesting options that the character might have. This continues until they're out of actions or the enemy is dead. Now, you may blame the fighter for playing the game in an uninteresting or boring way. However, while they may have other actions at their disposal, using their legendary sword is likely the most effective option for dealing with enemies. And while it may be true that it isn't the most interesting, you can't really blame them for using their best action they can. We had the exact same issue in Soul, and for that reason we came up with this design philosophy. The mechanics should never encourage a meta or perfect strategy. Players should never be able to repeat an action or a set of actions ad nauseum. And that's where the deck building mechanics come in. At the start of combat, a player will only have 6 cards, likely meaning they won't always be able to perform their best action and have to adapt to what's given to them. Even in the case of attacking with their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity in actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does the player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also adapt to the abilities available to them.
Please check it out at...
Now this one arguably will have to be tested, but again...
Huzzah. Okay, I think I don't know what I don't know what I mean when I wrote swam. But the fact remains the same that I need to make sure I need to look at every interaction between minions and like every other card. Also, I'm standing now, if you didn't notice. I needed to, at least for a little bit. Okay, I guess we just control F minion. When a minion is destroyed, gain 1 unit. That's fine. The wording may need to change as we kind of get into this, because, like... I mean, it doesn't even say minion, though. It technically just shows the icon, right? And in the rules, it should be stated. So, if a monster is destroyed, gain 2 units. If a minion is destroyed, gain 1 unit. That's also fine. Barrage magic missiles. Destroy a monster or minion power level 4 or lower. That's fine. Banish from existence a monster or minion. That's fine. Charm is not fine. Take a minion and place it to your side. The minion becomes a hero. Attack order and power level is ignored. I'm wondering if I make this slightly more powerful and if that's okay. Because I could make it instead of... So the minion starts with one unit on it. I think it could be interesting if it starts with the number of stacks it has. We'll try it, right? Worst case scenario, it doesn't work. This probably could be consolidated. Take a minion, place it on your side. This minion becomes a hero. Attack, order, and power level is ignored. The minion starts with units equal to the number of minions in the stack. It's probably fine. I don't know what it'll look like. Charm. What am I doing? Slightly too many words. If I can get rid of one more word. Let's just try wording for a second. Minions are the number of minion is converted to The number of minions is converted to... Number of minions in the stack are converted to units. I think that might be shorter. Let's see. Probably not. Hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, Bean. Water. Let's try that again. Well, it's gonna take a minute to refresh, so we'll see. What else we got? Those are fine. Maw of the Forgotten, we need to work on. Destroy one minion controlled by the old god. That's fine. That is confusing though, because does it mean the entire stack of minions or does it mean the individual minion? And the question is it worth even changing all this before I know whether, like, what the right option is? And, like, do I add stack to everything? Like, does that even make sense? It's kind of hard to say. Destroy one minion stack controlled by the old god. I mean, that could work. When monster dies, play 3 minion cards. That's fine still. It's more powerful now, but... See, the thing is, it should count as just one because they're all considered... Minions are considered one card after when they are combined. Destroy one minion. We may have to, like, change the terminology, I think, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll leave it for now. Every minion attacks immediately. That's fine. Minions attack weakest until the end of their next turn. That's fine. Old God plays a minion. Fine. The Old God plays a minion card. That's fine. Sorry. Destroys a minion is fine. Destroys 2 minions. Controls 1 minion. That's... Those might be overpowered now, but we'll have to see. Monster card... Right, Maw was the one to figure out. When monster attacks, play a minion card. That's fine. All minions after this monster attack this card. That's fine. Play 1 minion when this card is played. Fine. Play 1 minion whenever is destroyed. That's fine. Monsters that would attack strongest now attack weakest. That's fine. That's fine. Amplification tower is the only thing that also doesn't work. I'm thinking this should just double all minion damage, because that's kind of... Sorry, I just had a momentary thought there. It probably should say, this should say attack and rather than... This needs to be reworded. Because doubling their power level is different than doubling their attack, right? When this minion reaches 3 or more stacks, they... reaches 3 or more stacks. When they attack, they deal double damage. Sometimes wording matters. They deal... They deal... Sorry, I just had to make sure like all this makes sense. I'm jumping around a bit here too. There's a lot of things that are affected by minions changing, right? So okay. Let's make a note for amplification tower. Modify respawner, void hollow. I guess it'd be here. So yeah, to go along with new minion changes, the amp tower needs to needed an upgrade. Now minions attack with double damage instead. I think that's fair. It's not really as good. Technically, maybe the way to do it is like 3 times damage, but it's like better in some ways. Like it's never a net negative for the old god, but it is also not as good as it used to be. So we'll see. It may need to be 3x instead of 2x, but we'll see. Technically, a God of Oblivion should also probably change. If there are 3 or more minions on the board, they're replaced by an old god card. That does need to change. If I guess I should say if a minion reaches 3 stacks, they are replaced by an old god card. That works. Can you see what charm looks like now? Better. Cool. Okay. Put this at the bottom. Because the god of Oblivion, Umbra, goddess of Oblivion. Oops. Got something in my eye. Now draws a card when minions reach 3 stacks. A lot of these might need to be buffed, but we'll start with them a little bit weaker. We're changing a lot here, so. Reaches? Yeah, whatever, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. This is done. Pistol Horde and minions attacking might be too powerful. Not really. Death effects on Shadow's Den may be able to say either player may X. Shadow's Den? I kind of like that. It plays more to the co-op nature of the game. I don't know why I made every word capitalized. I guess player technically is capitalized usually. Either player may draw 3 cards, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I should say anyone. That maybe makes more sense. It also makes sense. That's future proofing for if we do like 4 players or 3 players or something like that. Any one player may draw 3 cards. Just like giving it the option. Usually players are going to probably choose themselves, but I like the co-op nature of it. It helps. Defeated effects on Maw may be stronger. I think I've decided against that. Chaos Gate should say all players. Chaos Gate. At the end of the turn, remove 2 units from all structures controlled by... It doesn't even need that. From all structures. Chaos Gate. Make sure that makes sense. At the end of the turn, remove 2 units from all structures. Cannot drop below 1 unit. That's fine. We like that. That works. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, cool. What's next? So many notes, so little time. Abyss has unit, Abyss has L with 2 L's. I suppose. Abyss. I guess that should just be normal Abyss. In the defeated effect? It does. Attackers. Oh god, it's disabled till the end of the next turn. That one I'm not note on. That's okay. Should I though? It's like, do I really need to write a note so people understand that? I guess. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's more for me if I want to reprint these cards. Done. Fixed typo. I'm thinking about maybe giving Stone Golem a taunt, but I think for now, just the additional unit gain is going to be enough. So we'll hold off on that. Better clarity on God of Destruction. All right, let's read him. All right, I'm going to sit down. Been standing for long enough. Until one of you makes me stand again. Ugh. I am tempted to make that one cheaper. How much is it? Standing desk? Yeah, it's kind of expensive. I just think he stood up for a while, then he sat down. It's been a half an hour. I think I might make that redeem cheaper. Like, it's on a cooldown, so I don't mind if it's cheap, you know? What do we think's fair? Like a little bit more hive mind. I guess so. Maybe like 250, 3 something, 10 points. No, I mean, honestly, it could be, but then it would always be used on stream, which I don't know if I'm going to drop it to 500 to start. And then I'll decide. 5 points. Bean's like, I know how to haggle. 2 points. No, I think I'm going to go 500. 1 point. No. Bean, you're funny. Free of charge. 0 points. I don't think you can make a thing 0 points. How do I even do this? Here we go. Edit. We will make it 500. I'm gonna regret this because you're just gonna make me stand right away, but there we go. Done. It's now 500. I may continue to reduce it later, but unleash the bald. Because that one's 500 and people use that one decently enough, but it is also funnier than standing, so I don't know. The bald has been unleashed. Thank you for that. It's hot out here, you know? Gotta take the hat off. Okay, where were we? Clarity on God of Destruction. You may allocate units past 1 on cards, destroying that card. I think that's the part that was confusing. I guess it would probably be better to just say you may allocate units to 0 instead of past 1. Right? We'll go with that for now. Player cards. God of Destruction. That's not how you spell destruction. You may nod. You may move unit sorry, what am I doing? Reworded for clarity. Reworded for clarity. Base effect now says what's that? Do you know the Fermi paradox? It sounds familiar. Let me do some smidge of Googling. is that the contradiction between high probability of external life existing and lack of evidence for it. Oh, extraterrestrial. Sorry, I can't read. The contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial life existing and the lack of evidence for it. Like, because the universe is so vast, extraterrestrial life should exist, but we don't have any evidence for it, so it's weird that we haven't. That makes sense to me. It's interesting. I can agree with that. Yeah, I mean, but light only travels so fast, I think, is the interesting thing. It's like light is relatively slow in the grand scheme of things, with how fast you need to travel for communication, right? Like the probability that life exists is very high with just the vastness of the universe, but that could be so far away that, you know, it could take, you know, like it could be in another galaxy for all we know, right? And that would take thousands of however many years, you know, hundreds of thousands of years to reach us, because light just isn't fast enough. Which is a crazy thing to say, but like, and that's just assuming they have communication, right? Or they communicate the same way. Like, other creatures might not even be able to like communicate with sound or light even. Maybe better clarity on God of Destruction. Okay, done. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Any particular reason you bring it up, or just because it's a fun thing? Heroes need to be spelled correctly on board. Ooh. Do I do that now? Or is that like a later thing? I mean, I can do it now. I don't know if I'm going to implement it right away, but it'll take me like 4 seconds, so. Armies against entropy. Just random. You're just random. You're so random. I don't know. Just being a butt. Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing. Bean, are you a conspiracy theorist? I am very random. Generically speaking. That's fair. I wouldn't really consider that a conspiracy theory, but it feels fringe conspiracy theory stuff. It seems like the kind of thing that a conspiracy theorist would be into, you know? No genetics. Oh, genetically speaking? Oh, I'm hella random. Gotcha. Okay, sorry. I can't read. I can't read as evidence of this being spelled incorrectly. All right, let's see. Heroes. Hello? There we go. Now I have a confirmation that this is correct. That I'm not losing my mind. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Okay. I was just curious. What is your favorite... What's your favorite science? Or am I? Yeah, what's your favorite... What's your favorite science? I know that's not actually a question, but I just thought it'd be funny to say. Which science is your favorite? No, I was thinking like science Scientology. There you go. No, I was thinking like scientific concepts like that. My hat has been off for too long. Which theory is my favorite? Yeah. That's a better way of saying that. Okay, that's done. We could... I guess we can export this. I guess we'll save it as that one. Replace. The only annoying part about replacing the board is that it can... like, it resets the whole thing, so I might have to just go into the source code to replace it. I should close this before it starts lagging my stream, though. Because, again, Tabletop Simulator will run rampant with its eating, just eats RAM. It goes nom 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 RAM. Okay. Players need to be spelled correctly on the board. Done. Fixed. There needs to be a rule for double disable. Probably simulation theory, but I don't believe it fully. I saw something... it was literally just a headline, so... and I didn't read it, so this is really not worth saying, but I saw a thing that said, like, further proof that we're inside a black hole, like that our universe is inside a black hole, which is interesting. That one's an interesting one too. The theory. I didn't read the article, like I said, so I can't tell you what further proof it was, but... or was it a video? I can't remember. It was a title, and I didn't look at it further. Ideas. Death effect that disables old god stuff. Yeah. When a card is discarded, gain units. Triggered effect. Gain units when a card is attacked. Players choose turn order. Players choosing turn order probably is a thing I should introduce into the game. Just for the sake of, like... okay, well, let's start by just putting these in the correct spots, because this is new cards. I need to reorganize some of these documents because they're, like, not great, but all these can go into here. And then players choose turn order. There's not really a lot of reason to not do this. To, like, allow the player to choose who goes first on the player turns. But someone opened the curtains last night and thought, it's a little too dark. True. My clock appears to have paused. Maybe. That could be what happened. someone watched Interstellar and was like, this is probably it. Still need to figure that out. Minion solution. We do have that. Okay, all that's good. We just need... There's two things that are left. We need a rule for double disabling. I'm guessing the rule should just be like if you disable a card twice, it just increases the number of turns it's disabled. Wait, what if earthworms are actually wormholes and inside them there is entire galaxies shifting? Could be, you never know. I know there's like the theory that within every atom is another universe. Like not or like within every particle or whatever. Like when you get to the quantum foam level, it's just another reality. But your silly thing was sillier, so maybe worms are actually wormholes. Okay, we need to look at Maw, and we need to look at... We need to just write something that says rules. Rules for disabling a card more than once. Worms are pieces of black holes. Maybe. Maybe they are. Maybe we're all pieces of black holes. Maybe we're just all made of dark matter. Welcome to the bottom of the barrel. I guess so. Okay, so that will need to be done. Let's look at Maw of the Forgotten. This boy right here. Or lady, we don't really know. This monster attacks before card draw. In order to attack, it destroys a minion. When attacking, destroy the card attacked. So here's the few issues with it. We talked about this before, and I didn't come up with quite a consensus. I think I did write something down for it. In order to attack, monster destroys minions placed on the previous turn. When attacking, destroy the card attacked. The problem here with that is that minions now stack. So is it destroying a stack of minions? Or is it destroying a singular minion? And like, how would I word that? Because it can only be so many words. It's already like pretty close to too many words on the card here. We can maybe go a little bit further because this is technically, you know, slightly smaller. I probably can shorten this. I probably don't have to say is equal to. X is the number of cards controlled by the players. X is equal to the number. It's a little clearer. I don't know. But it is technically too many words. Anyway. We're working on Maw, not World Ender. Focus beats, come on. This monster attacks before card draw. In order to attack, this monster destroys a minion. When attacking, destroys the attacker's card. Okay, so part of the problem with this new one, this monster destroys a minion placed on the previous turn. We don't know if they're stacking. It's hard to know which one. Which one is placed on top of... let's just open Tabletop Simulator again. There's a reason I've been slow on this one, because it's a little bit confusing, and I'm unsure what to do. I don't know where I am. Bean, do you like Doctor Who? You're British, right? Ow, sorry. Just smacked my mic with my hat. I probably deserve that. What is this emote? Stare. Good, good. I'm funny, you know? I'm pretty funny. Okay, so here's the problem. And here's the idea of the card. Yes, I've seen it. There was nothing past that. I just was being moisturize me. Good. You have. I probably should moisturize as well. I honestly don't remember why I said that. Did I say doctor or something? I don't even remember what I said. Honestly, it's gone now. But I thought I was being funny, so. Oh, you did a British accent. Yeah, true. There we go. Sometimes it'd be that way. Oh, yeah, because I said I don't know where I am, and that was from Doctor Who, and then, yeah. British. A little bit British. An ish Brit. Maw of the Forgotten. So basically what happens is the idea is when you draw the card, it is supposed to destroy minions that are previously placed. Now, the problem is, well, the idea is if you kill all minions and it's drawn, it doesn't kill anything, right? It only scales if it draws minions and then you do not kill them. I'm an British. Let's try that again. I'm a ish Brit hole worm. True. Based on our current theory of science, we are all wormholes. So yeah, and then everyone after that, it will, if you leave them alive, it kills it and then it destroys it. The problem is now that minions are stacking, it in theory is supposed to, I guess it just removes one from the stack. Like if there's one stack, it shouldn't just kill all of them. So maybe it should just say, in order to attack, this monster destroys a minion. Removes. Has School Bus finished exams yet? Honestly, don't know. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, he's been MIA lately. I think he has, and I mean maybe that's why. Maybe he's just vacationing or something. I don't know. I don't know what's been going on with the old Dalamus Maximus. Although to be fair, usually he's on like the earlier streams because I know it's later. Oh god, I just broke my thing. He's usually on the earlier streams because that's like because he's in a later time zone. I think slightly later than you even. I'm not 100% certain, but I think so. In order to attack, this monster destroys a minion. Destroys a maybe single minion. Off the stack. The problem is it isn't always off the stack. So like the idea is like if there's a stack of minions, it will remove one off the stack. But if there are no stacked minions, it just kills one of them. But then you have to determine which one it's off. Ugh. Okay, so this just starts getting really confusing and has to start adding a lot of exceptions, which I don't love. Let's think of how to like, let's write out everything I need to write and then shorten it. Okay, in order to attack, this card must destroy a minion. I never can spell destroy, I don't know why. Destroy a minion off a single minion card off. In order to attack, this monster returns a minion card to the top of the deck. Maybe that works better. Does Gru noises. The minions will buy the cookies from the little girls. True. Yeah, sometimes I forget that the minions are a intellectual property of DreamWorks? No. Is it DreamWorks? I think it's DreamWorks. Anyway, we're about to hit an ad. I will see you all in 3 minutes. And we will... Can you give me a slice of wisdom? I will give you a slice of wisdom in 3 minutes. How's that sound? But yeah, I will be right back.
I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, but with the deck-building mechanics of something like additional actions. And they simply say they want to attack with their sword again, even though there might be more interesting options that the character might have. This continues until they're out of actions or the enemy is dead. Now, you may blame the fighter for playing the game in an uninteresting or boring way. However, while they may have other actions at their disposal, using their legendary sword is likely the most effective option for dealing with enemies. And while it may be true that it isn't the most interesting, you can't really blame them for using their best action they can. We had the exact same issue in Soul, and for that reason we came up with this design philosophy. The mechanics should never encourage a meta or perfect strategy. Players should never be able to repeat an action or a set of actions ad nauseum. And that's where the deck building mechanics come in. At the start of combat, a player will only have 6 cards, likely meaning they won't always be able to perform their best action and have to adapt to what's given to them. Even in the case of attacking with their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity in actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does a player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also adapt to the abilities available to them. Now, this one arguably will have to be tested, but again, you've likely encountered a scenario in other games like D&D where a wizard-type character sits there for 3 minutes digging through their character sheet and trying to find what spell will work in this specific situation. With a limit on the cards, a player will only be able to choose the actions that are in front of them, which should limit their options and allow the game to run a little more smoothly. For our last example, how many times in an RPG have you used an ability on an enemy, or group of enemies, that causes a status effect, like a burn, or poison, or sleep, and have forgotten to apply it each turn, or forgotten which one of your enemies is affected by it? Or how many times has your character yourself been affected by a status effect, and forgotten the next time your turn rolls around? This problem is solved using cards. Look at a game like Slay the Spire. When you're affected by a status, it's shuffled into your deck, and then when you draw that card, it's applied to you. This is exactly how it works in Soul. Say you're lit on fire. A burn card will be added to your deck, and upon drawing it, you'll take that damage. This way, a player will never forget to apply this status effect when it's on their turn. There may be other ways that these changes help the game, but I just haven't discovered them yet, and I'm excited to see what they may be. Anyway, thanks for watching, and whoa. Hold on, Nathaniel, I hear you say. Didn't you say in your design philosophy video you didn't want a game with heavy mechanics? And isn't a deck builder super mechanically heavy? Not only that, but tabletop RPGs are supposed to allow players to do anything they want. This seems a bit restrictive. And if you are in fact saying that, you would be right. Anyway, thanks for watching, and okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'll explain myself. All right. Well, I realize a deck builder is mechanically heavy. At some point, a role-playing game has to be an actual game, like the game part. And I feel in this case, it's worth the risk. It just means I'm gonna have to be even more careful when designing my abilities in such a way to promote roleplay and avoid nitty-gritty mechanics-based abilities. For instance, abilities allow you to draw more cards, or even use abilities for free. Well, a few abilities like this could be good. Allowing players to infinitely draw cards, like a Shiv build in Slay the Spire, might end up being a little bit much. And as for a player not being allowed to do what they want, yeah, that's also true. However, I like to think of this system like the options your character can come up with in any given moment. That being said, I do have some mechanics planned that circumvent this issue rather than me just using a narrative explanation. For one, if a player's not in combat, they can use an ability at any time, allowing diversity in roleplay without any consequences. As for in combat, a player can do what I'm calling a focus draw. This spends a concentration to allow a player to dig through their deck and pick out a specific card. This will allow players the freedom to do what they want, coming at a bit of a cost. However, this unfortunately isn't enough on its own. As suppose a player has 3 concentration and wants to draw a 3-cost card. They're required to spend 1 concentration to focus draw the card, meaning they only have 2 concentration left. Now, if I allow cards to persist between turns, this might be okay, but I have another mechanic to actually help.
Okay.
This is tentatively called limit breaking.
Bean wants a bit of wisdom. A slice of wisdom. I find it funny that it's like a streamer thing. You're like, Beats, give me your wisdom. Like that's a thing. Oh wait, someone. Okay. What is my wisdom? What is my wisdom? There's only empty thoughts in here. No. I already gave some wisdom today. Let's see. Let's think if I've got any other wisdom. Trying to give you something actually real, you know, and not just be like, Always eat your carrots. It gives you good night vision. Take your time. By end of stream, please. You know what? Just for that, you don't get nothing. I'm just gonna stop. My wisdom. My personal, actual, factual wisdom. Yeah, I got nothing. No, I meant you have till the end of stream. Rude. I mean, it's not my fault you wrote it by that like that. By the end of stream, please. Amelia thinks the worst. I mean, any of that could have been taken sarcastically. Take your time. By the end of stream, preferably. Thanks. Okay, I'll think about it. I mean, I already said my thing about because Fig asked what to do with writer's block when you have problems. But I'm on the phone with your poltergeist in the home at the moment. What does that even mean? Wait for it. I'm waiting. It'll happen when you least expect it. Okay. Good. Yeah, I don't know. I just like I there's not like a lot of things. I'm like trying to dig up something that's like actually useful, right? Because like a lot of the time, I mean, I say a lot of stuff as like you know, interesting things. I say a lot of interesting things. No, I say like stuff when it comes up, but I'm trying to think of things that I haven't like said before, right? I think that's like part of it is like, because I could bring up my like, you know, anything you do, that experience helps you with other things. But I made a whole like little short on that. Like Maximus asked that, and I'd probably be better at specific advice rather than just my wisdom, right? Like what's a random thing that is helpful? That is something I'm probably less good at. But you know, I don't know. Yeah. It'll happen when you least expect it, says Bean. Does this does wisdom have to pertain to anything, or is it just generic random wisdom? Am I just like a fortune cookie, or am I like something creepy will happen? Okay. In order to attack, this monster returns a minion card to the top of their deck. A single? Returns the... Snaps beats and have waiter, this fortune cookie. I just says sorry on it. You know, sometimes you just gotta, you know. I could never. Well, I never. That's School Bus's job. Fair. That's Maximus's job. Not to be confused with Mortimus. It's Maximus's job. Thunder! Late, but I made it. Heck yeah, dude. Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Edmund Thunder. Heck yeah, Thunder's here. I'm half working on my game, half trying to think of wisdom, because Bean said I needed, not needed, but he asked me for my wisdom. And I have no wisdom to give, apparently. I'm not very good at thinking up like random things, I think. Hope y'all are doing good too. Yeah. I released a new, well, I didn't release a new video, but I did a collab with Blackthorn Prod again, and I'm in it. Is me. And I've gotten like 150 new subscribers, and we hit 100 Discord members now, so that's pretty rad. So yeah, wisdom for the day. Procrastinating what you need to do might make chicken guts stink when you toss them out. True. That is true. I just don't have any like how very practical. Like I could give you like, you know, editing advice. Like I could give you that kind of stuff. But like, is that useful to you? Not really. You know, I could be like, make sure that if you want a good, like fast-paced video, I recommend, you know, only having shots last, you know, between like 4 and 8 seconds, preferably 4. But like, that's not helpful to you unless you're deciding you want to make videos. I was trying to come up with wisdom specifically for Bean, you know? I might actually need your help with editing off stream. Well, there you go. Okay, I guess that's maybe useful wisdom. No. No? It's not useful wisdom? Yeah, what kind of wisdom are you in need of, Bean? Maybe this is my fault for not asking you what kind of wisdom you need. The good kind. Okay. Okay. Invest your money. Buy stonks. Because your money isn't doing you any good if it's just sitting around. There you go. That's my wisdom. Save your money. Don't, I don't know. Well, first of all, Bitcoin is not stocks. That's a cryptocurrency. Also, if you have 1 million, I don't think you need to be talking to me. 10 million, I mean. I didn't snort wisdom. I snorted other things. It does have, you're true. You're truing. It does have stocks. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. My wisdom for today was already used on Fig. Fig asked what to do if you're unmotivated on a long-term project. And I answered that. Wisdom, a happy chicken lays more eggs. There you go. In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion card to the top of the deck from the first in the order and the strongest stack. Also true that chickens love sunflower seeds and dandelions, right? True. I definitely know dandelions because he's already said that they like dandelions. Yo, Fig, what's up? Welcome on back. In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion card at the top of the deck from the strongest stack. You know what? We'll just do what top of deck of the player's choice. When attacking, destroy the attacked card. In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion card from the top of the single minion card placed on the previous turn. I mean, this is like clearly way more words, but if you feed them pumpkins, they have a darker yolk. Interesting. Hey, Figaro. Anyway, and feeding them red pepper flakes keeps the bugs off of them. Interesting. See, Thunder's got all sorts of chicken-based wisdom. Just drove my truck through a hailstorm was kind of fun. Damn, that's crazy. Doing the storm chasing already, I see. Give me half a second here. Hell? Wait. Oh yeah, but today it was an accident. Hail croms and cromnados? What? Them twisties. We had crazy storms rip through Burns like yesterday. No hail, but crazy rain. Honestly, we just need something to cool off over here because it's like 100 degrees. It's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna lurk. Okay, cool. I'll just keep thinking about wisdom. I don't have like generic wisdom. I mean, if you want like some of my mom's wisdom, inch by inch, life's a cinch. There you go. That's my wisdom. Stolen from my mom. Middle of summer, our nights still get down to just above 32. Cold nights for summer. Yeah, I guess so. Damn. We're yeah, it's like the cold is like the low is like 72, and I'm like, that's insane. What's happening? In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion card placed on the previous turn to the top of the deck. Oh, the player should. No, that's in the wrong order. Previous turn of the player's choice to the top of the deck. In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion card placed on the previous turn to the player's choice to the top of the deck. When attacking, destroy the attacked card. I have the feeling this is going to be too wordy. But let's find out, shall we? And it might be like too much to track. I don't know. We might end up just scrapping the ability for this card and giving it something better, but for now, we'll try it. It might just be under... Might just be under what we need. Let's find out. In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion placed on the previous turn to the top. In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion card placed on the previous turn of the player's choice to the top of the deck. When attacking, destroy the attacked card. It's a little long, but it's not longer than World Ender. And so I think that's fine. 72 in the middle of the day is about where we're at. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's what we were at, but man, it was freaking... It's freaking hot out right now. Okay. Well, that's that. What's everyone eating today? That's a good question. Sausages for dinner, maybe? I had like a instant like pan meal like pad thai thing for lunch, but I think it's snassages for lunch, for dinner, I mean. Maw of the Forgotten does what? So this card reworked for clarity and the new minion rework. New minions stacking mechanic. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay. Out in Okanagan, Southern British Columbia, our summers used to be over 100. I miss the desert and haven't eaten as of today. I don't eat breakfast or lunch usually. That's wild. Slow metabolism, I hate it. That's crazy. My mill made some I don't know what that is. I can't read. Why can't I read? Why is reading so hard for me? Pronunciation. Let's try it. I'm gonna know this word. Oh, chilaquiles. Okay, that's the word. I knew that. I was like, I can't pronounce this. Time making some Indian chicken. Nice. Butter chicken, that sounds awesome. Yes, it's so good. Heck yeah. Yeah, I think I'm doing sausages and then Brussels sprouts. And the way you make those really yummy is you cut them in half, and then you do olive oil, garlic powder, salt and pepper, air fry them, and then put honey and butter on them. It's very good. Deep sausages with onions and peppers. Sometimes. Typically, I just eat them just with ketchup, which is maybe like less than I should do, but that's also half out of laziness, half because I just like them as is, you know? I think we're good here. I think I probably should just go ahead and import this all into the beta. Yes, that's the only way to eat Brussels sprouts. It's so good. Just a little bit of honey. It's like, yummy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think this is ditto. Air fryer Brussels sprouts are so good. We just do like olive oil, salt, pepper, garlic powder. I recommend a little bit of honey if you haven't tried it before. Just a smidge. You don't need a lot. Had mine canned with brown sugar. Interesting. Honey before you air fry, or like a drizzle after. You might be able to do it with like before, but typically I just drizzle it after. Brown sugar is interesting. I'm sure that would be good. I mean, it's sugar, right? It's just adding a little bit of sweetness helps knock the bitterness back a little bit. So, okay. We've got like half an hour on stream. You guys ever make candy bacon before? So fucking good. It is very good. Yeah, I've done that. Very yummy. Pro tip, add candied bacon to deviled eggs. Interesting. That sounds good. You're out a deep fried hot dog wrapped in bacon? That was fair food, but it was good. Basically just made the entire hot dog taste like bacon, which was wild. Because you know they were frying that hot dog in basically just bacon grease at that point because they'd fried so many things in it before. Had deep fried Oreos. Those are also good. You can only eat so many of them though. It's like incredibly rich. I'm trying to figure out what we do. I guess we could just implement this into the beta. The only thing I'm worried about there is that it's just not the most interesting content because I have to have... Actually, no, I don't. I realized I don't actually have to have my my screen hidden, because you can't actually change it unless you have the like the mod code thing. I was like, I used to think you had to hide the workshop ID because I was like, oh, this is like a unique ID. I probably shouldn't let other people see it, but it's actually just the ID in the link to the thing, so it's not really something I have to hide. So yeah. That said, I should probably just update the beta. Of course, that doesn't mean any of you can actually use the update unless you are a Patreon member. I'm half tempted to like make that like something that, I don't know, like part of me's, yo, Taco, what's up? Welcome on in. How you doing today? Everyone on Twitch, say hi to Taco on YouTube. Loosen up, Fab. Okay. Wild. So sorry to put this out there, but Heroes still dumb. No. Yeah, it's that's what I'm trying to fix now. That is the goal. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. No, you're good. No worries. Like how that was just... It's wild. Anyway, what are we doing? We are... Yo, bro, I'm the only guy watching on YouTube. That's true. Well, there's a few people. There's two. No, just one. Most people are on Twitch. typically we used to have more people on YouTube, like half the people were there, but having redeems and stuff is nice for the user experience. It also lets me save the VODs for later, so. Got my dad to agree to go storm chasing with me. Nice. That's fun. Heck yeah. I gave a final update picture of the chickens. Heck yeah, let's see it. The final update. Oh no, I'm not gonna. That's so sad. I won't show that on stream, just for everyone. RIP. But if you want to see, you can look at the Discord server. No, it's awesome. Oh my god, I just saw it. I was like, oh, let's see the chickens before they're murdered. And it's like, nope, already dead. And I guess it's just chicken, right? It's not like you see them, you know, screw it. There's some dead chickens. There you go. That's all you get. RIP. We saw their whole life before our eyes. In this however, like whatever few. How long was this? Like a month of growing them? How long? Yeah, how long does it take? Where are those white chickens we saw like a week or two ago? It's making me hungry. Good. All right, I'm not doing anything apparently. So there's a way to fix this, and I think the only way to do it is to go into the save file. So let's just actually save this. Save. We need to save the game as Armies Against save as Armies Against Entropy 1.1.6 beta. Save. And now the only way to do this without resetting the whole board, which gets really obnoxious, is going into the save file, which I believe, does it really? Oh, that's autosaves. I guess it's got to be this guy. So I have to go into here and find. Make sure this fits on screen better. We have to go in and find the file name for the background image, which is really annoying because it could be like in here. We also have to upload the new one. Whenever I miss them, I just open up the freezer. I had them for 10 weeks to start to finish. Same ones. Whenever I miss, I just open up the freezer. 10 weeks. Interesting. I did not know that was the lifespan. Or the life cycle. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Let's open. I guess it's stored under a. I'm trying to remember where it's actually stored and like how. It's in. Can I actually search? No. Oh, I can. Is it Imgur file? I think it is. Hell yeah, that is it. Okay. Lifespan is a loose term. They can live up to 15 years, I think. No, that's fair. That's not really what I meant, but yeah, you got it. More your personal lifespan for them. All right, I need to... Their food, chicken food cycle. I don't know, I'm just saying words. We need the board. We need the new board. That'll take its sweet time uploading. And then now, in theory, let's leave this. And then we go back to here. And if we copy a link, I think that's not to the actual image though. No, that's not to the image. We want copy image address. Yeah, so now we take the image address and replace this. And then we hit Control S. Yep, that saved it. And then we close. And now, in theory, if all is right with the world, you should be able to open this. Haha, it's fixed. Look at that. We did it. There we go. And then we'll update it on the main game later when we actually push this release forward. But thank you. I'm blanking on your name. Is it Lovecraft for pointing that out? Either way, thank you. And now we import the actual cards. I guess the number of cards didn't change. I'm trying to think how to do this. No, I think I have to. I have to. Add some cards. No, I think the number of cards will stay the same. We just need to. But yeah, adding cards essentially. We just need to replace the old cards with the new ones. We're gonna do this a different way than we did before. I don't think this was the... Yeah, this has got to be the new one. Okay. All right, that's going to take a second to export. I guess we're just sitting here. We're waiting. All right. Now, all of these are going to be obsolete with the exception of the beta cards, although those really do need to be updated probably, but especially because the other stuff, actually, you know what? We're gonna leave that for a second. We go to objects, saved objects, AAE, this one. I believe it's 1, 2, 3 smaller. Yep. Delete that. So we should make sure that everything worked here. Yeah, it looks right. Cool. Oh. This is not how I want this to... Whatever. It's fine. Those probably didn't change, so I really didn't need to do that, but, you know, whatever. No, these also need to be replaced. And so do these. And then it's not the most interesting content, but you know, here we are. I made an unrelated note. My fish is currently bullying my lobster. Interesting. Why do that? All right, now we got all the new minions. Okay. I may want like a different back at some point for this, maybe for the minion deck, but I guess for now we'll do. Posture check. You're right. You're so right. A lobster, are you pulling a Peter Griffin and growing it to eat? I highly doubt it. For some reason I doubt that. Cast feline location. Okay, I'm pretty sure she's in my room, so you will lose all audio from me as I go find her. But I will find the kitten, and you will see her. I just don't know where she is, so give me a minute. and this is done. So perfect timing. Let me actually just quickly just overwrite this, and then we'll upload it in a second. Let's do no worries, delayed cat cast. It took a channeling time to cast it. Phone camera. Let me get this working. Okay. There we go. It's working. Let's make sure I can pause and unpause it. Yeah. Okay. I will be right back. You will see the screen until I find her. Okay, I have returned. Hey, kitten. Kitty yawn. She did a little mlem. She's so cute. Hopefully I filmed that well. It's hard to, I can't see what I'm doing. Let me test one thing, though. Can I, like... I'm wondering if I can preview my own stream. If I do this, and then hold on, I'm trying to see if I can make this work. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can improve the Luna experience. Okay, I can. That gives me a preview of what's going on. Okay. Well, future, I now know I can get a preview of my stream. It's delayed, but it works. Flashbang again there. I can preview my stream while doing that. Because, yeah, I can't actually see what I'm filming. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to go into the... We need to go like this. Modding. Upload to workshop. Update workshop. Excuse me. We need to pop open... this. Oh, I guess these mod codes do not need to be hidden anymore. In fact, I'm going to unhide them now. because I did not realize that it didn't matter. These are basically the codes that you will see if you open the link on the thing, so I just never needed to hide them. There we go. If you have the beta, you play the game. Yeah, you can just play the game. You can do the thing. Almost looks a little squished, but maybe not. Yeah, if you have the beta access to this, you can just play the yeah, it really does look squished. I don't know, that's weird. Why is the alt preview not working? Oh. There we go. We had a kitten I hear. She wasn't done with y'all. She was like, I want more attention. Thank you, please. Oh, hi. You fluffy? Here. Oh wait, no, stay. Do you even have to cast a second time? It's a little bit different, you know, it's the whatever. My magics be strong, true. Look at his little face. She's so fluffy, I don't think you understand. So freaking soft. Are you happy or annoyed? Your tail's not wagging, so it means you're probably content. Wanna go? Okay. Okay, there you go. More kitty. Strictly an indoor cat? Yeah. With the exception of my catio, which she can go onto at will. We're about to hit an ad, but let's see, let me show you. Where it be? It's just before this? Sorry, I'm scrolling through all my photos. I probably had it saved with pictures of her, but of course. Here we go. Here's a good one. She's so freaking cute. There, so I have this little little door, and she can go out onto this and look at. It's like a little little kitty patio. She's very cute. Look at those big old eyes. But yeah, we're about to hit an ad. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. I don't know. Sweet, good to give him some outdoor space. Yeah, I thought it was, you know, it's a nice addition. It's good for everyone, right? She doesn't meow at the windows and be really annoying, but she also gets to have outdoor time, which is, you know, good for a cat. So, and then she doesn't get like fleas or whatever because it's, you know, Here we go. Here's a few. This way? Yeah. There she is. So cute. This was when it was like overgrown. I had to trim it all back, but she kind of likes that it's in the bushes because then she can yell at the birds that are in there. So yeah, here we are. All right, guys, what do you think? For my subscribed people, should I what should I do? Do I be done? I've got like editing I need to do. I'm not entirely certain how well I'll, get back to that, but I probably should try. I probably shouldn't overdo it with streaming, even though I've been do what? How I feel about the progress today. I mean, I got basically everything done. I'm not entirely sure what else I would do on stream right now. The rulebook I don't want to change until Fire Lizard. The rulebook I don't really want to touch until I've play tested it some, because if this ends up all sucking and I have to like revert back, then like there's no point to changing the rulebook. Because this is all set. It's all in beta. Animation lesson. I could do an animation lesson. I could work on my title graphic for my fire dance. That's a fire lizard. I'm like, what's the dance for? Yeah, if you don't understand the reference, which I'm assuming, I think most of you were here, but I drew this fire, oh god, this fire lizard last time. It was the time. I could work on my video on stream, I suppose. Nice, dude. Yeah, it was kind of fun. It was originally going to be one of the new minion types, but then I was like, this just I don't think looks good, it just didn't feel right. But instead we've got 4 minion types now. Endling we're all used to. The Merkling, the Dreadling, and the Voidling. So those were all arts we did, and I was thinking of maybe a potential additional one, and then I ended up doing the Fire Lizard, and I'm being like, this doesn't feel like an enemy. It feels more like a friend, and it doesn't really fit the good cards either, so it's just art now. It's art for the people. But yeah, I mean, if you guys would want to see me working on, the video, I could. Otherwise, I'm kind of unsure what I would do for the rest of the stream. I'm kind of unsure exactly what I would do for this, but I have an idea. And it's gonna be some experimentation, but if you guys are cool with that, I can do it. I'm in a constant state of being unsure what I'm doing. That's totally fair. I feel that. But yeah, all these things we're just not gonna touch. So, all this is done. We'll edit stuff like this as we play test, and then once that works, we'll edit the rulebook and we'll push it to what's it called? We'll push it to the active version, if you're done, don't feel like you need to stress over continuing, but I bet we would stick around if you continue. Yeah, the biggest thing is like I should work on my video because I haven't gotten one done in like 2 months. Technically, I got the other one done, but it's, you know, it had been a while since it came out, so it'd be nice to put something on my channel as well because it looks kind of bad right now. Well, we'll talk about it for a bit. It's funny. But yeah, I'm pretty much done with that stuff. Pretty much all that. Let's actually, you know what? Let's do this before we pivot to anything else. Let's pull up my 3-month plan, which has just continued to be like my plan as I go and not really a 3-month plan. Minion update. This is basically done, which really just requires playtesting, and then once it's actually good, we'll do... This basically needs the rule book. This is the main thing that needs to be done. I'm just gonna get rid of the minion update thing. And balancing. Rulebook. This also needs rulebook v3, but it's v2 is already done. I guess it will need v3. We can make beta cards, but I just don't think that's necessary right now. My wisdom of procrastinating is very true one. Don't neglect your channel. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, it's not even so much neglect. It's just, well, I guess some of it is neglect, right? Some of it's like, oh yeah, I streamed for 5 hours today instead of ending stream and working on my video. Discord update, we actually do. That's actually something I should bring up. We now have channels for Stellar Shift and the Battleship game. They're on here now. So if you want to play those, they are more easily accessible. So yeah, the Battleship one has no rule set and all that, but you know, it's an interesting game. So here we are. That's there. Yeah. And then yeah, all of Blight of Blackridge is under its own section now as well. So all that is cool. So there you go. So this is done. We do need to do more stream improvements, but I'm kind of like, I don't know. Mostly just like more redeems and then maybe like better icons for, you know, subscribers and stuff like that. Sub points name. We do need a, yeah, sub badges. That should be something we should do, because if you're not familiar, the little star next to your username, that is showing that you're subbed. But a lot of time you can replace that with a, you know, a cooler, more interesting image. So we'll probably do that. I also have a few redeems I want to do. I was talking about maybe just a full-on art commission. Not that I'm like, you know. Yo, what's up, Trip? How you doing? But yeah, I was thinking of making, like, having a AE card redeem. This would probably be cheaper. Pretty much all my redeems, I feel like being cheaper is probably better. Like, the emotes a lot, great work. Thank you. Yeah, they're just my little, well, most of them are my little guy I do for my videos and stuff, so it's pretty easy to make new ones, which is nice. So I do want to do like a laughing one, but that will require some animation, which could be something I do now because we're talking about working on a video, but it's not, again, it's not really relevant to right now. So let's open Premiere though. Don't forget the kitten. Yeah, I was gonna say that one's a different one. That one was just drawn. Whispers an inner demon voice. Make a fire lizard emote. I could easily just throw it in there, but the problem is like, I don't think I have many more slots left. I think we're almost out of slots. Yeah, I'm out of standard emote slots. I'd have to replace something. Grant, I could replace like the desk emote. That one's just like, I had that one laying around. Or I could put it at like different tiers. I could put it as a tier 2 standard emote. Otherwise, I'd have to do like an animated slot. Can you put non-animated emotes in an emote slot? Or in... No, you cannot. But yeah, I could replace something, but I'm out of standard, you know, non-animated emote slots. But yeah, I think for now, let's look at this for a second. Can you get more emote slots on Twitch as partner affiliate by getting more subs? Or you can, sorry, you can get more affiliate sub, gaining more subscribers. Twitch provides additional emote slots as you reach subscriber milestones. That's true. Right now I only have bonus animated slots. I have 2 bonus animated slots. But yeah, we have to get bigger to get more slots. I like the idea, not just because I'm obsessed with Fire Lizard, but because it's kind of cool inside joke for the regulars who are here to watch you make it. Internet tell me so. True. Yeah, yes. Yeah, we can get more, but we're, yeah. I mean, I could replace it. I feel like you'd have to... Here. Okay, we'll speed run it. Ready? Go. Someone time me. I should do this on screen. I don't even know where I saved this. Streaming. Random art. Axolotl. Now the thing is, this would have to be here. We'll file, export, save as, Axel, emote. Okay. We want to get rid of the background. Just want the hodl. We want to crop it to be probably just the face. Yeah? Probably? Maybe? We agree? Like that? Go away. Because it's going to be like that big. I will need to promote your channel more. I won't stop you. I will need to test drive the emote. True. I don't know. Like, it's gonna be pretty freaking small. here to kind of give you an idea of what it would look like. I mean, more zoomed in, less zoomed in. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? I guess all of these are fine. Yeah, there we go. Go away. Like, okay. That's about right. File, export, PNG. Oh wait, crap. File, export, PNG. Try even if the others don't, we will, okay. We're gonna replace the standing desk one because that just was kind of meh anyway. It is not square shaped. Image, canvas, canvas size? Literally 10 pixels off. Export, PNG. Save. Oh, why so sad, kitten? Do we like hodl-oddle? Did I spell it right? Or axolotl? Or should be hodl-oddle? I think hodl-oddle is kind of funnier. Or hot, what is it? I did axolotl last time. Quick, suggestions, go. What do you want it to say? Because that's how I did it last time. We could do hot. I'm just gonna do hot. There we go. H-O-T. Actually, it looks pretty decent on... It's pending approval. That may take a while. Unless it's like Insta approved. Well, it's pending approval. It's going. We'll see if it goes through. We'll see if it takes. Do you want out? Is that what you want? Okay, bye. Okay. Who knows? You'll have to refresh the page and see if it fixes it, but it's probably no, it's still pending. It might take a bit. Oh god. Can you hear this? No, you can hear it through my mic though, because it's loud as heck. We're just gonna mute everything. So this video is the one I'm working on now. It's basically about story in games. But the idea, and I'm not entirely certain, but what I do want to do is I want to, where is it? I want to have a title, right? So as me talking, and it'll go to the title of the video. And what I like to do a lot of the time is take the thumbnail of the video, let's see here. Still no fire lizard. It's probably gonna take a while. I'll let you know when it goes live. I mean, you might have to refresh every now and then to check, because I probably won't check as quickly as you will, but it's stuck on pending, which means they probably have to do like a manual check of it or something stupid. It's so weird because sometimes they like instantly approve and sometimes it takes forever. This is a good freeze frame on my face. Do games need story? So currently the thumbnail is this. It's loading. You look like you're about to fight someone, I know. Or that angry face. That is not how that was supposed to do. There we go. This is the current thumbnail. I don't know what I think of it. The idea though, and I'm not sure whether I've done lore or story. I'm not entirely certain. It doesn't really matter which one's which. I just feel like I think for the title it's going to be story, but for the thumbnail I might have it say lore instead, just to kind of throw more words on there that people could potentially use. I don't know if this is interesting or not. This is a video you would click as you're scrolling through. You see this and you go, that looks, what is this? Huh? Story about what? Would it stop you for a moment to look at it? You know, is the question. But my thought here is animating this title, or this image. And we can go for it. We could give it a shot, right? Open up After Effects as well. It's got to open the entire Adobe suite real quick. I'm sore. These are some other VFX I've done for the thing. We don't need that open. So let's just teach as I go. So if you use After or Premiere, one of the nice things is you can actually take a file and then bring it directly into After Effects. Let's just make sure. This might be loud. I don't know. You probably, or you won't even be able to hear it actually.
Join me today as we explore the question: do games need story? First and foremost,
I think we just want to go like this and take this entire clip. We can right click it. We can replace with After Effects composition. Typically I don't leave the dynamic link because a lot of time it will, like, you can edit the After Effects thing in here, right? And then you can go back to Premiere and it will auto update. I typically don't do that because then it has to reference After Effects every time and that can just make it lag. So I just go in here, make it, render it, and then send it through. But we're not even really using any of this. We're just using the dialogue and, oops, just deleted the dialogue, of course.
as we explore the question, do ga-
What I'm gonna do here, actually,
explore the question.
I don't even really need any of this. I just need the length of the composition, which is, you know, kind of extra to do that, but here we are. what we can do is we can drop in the Photoshop file. The cool part is Photoshop export or imports it as individual layers. So we can merge the layer styles. And now as we, let's stay organized though. But yeah, now we have this in here, and the cool part is we can actually go into here and we can like turn off individual elements if we want to, like if we want to get rid of this light, or if we want to get rid of the background, however we want to do it, we can replace that. So that's pretty cool. My thought though was to have the book opening and revealing the thing here. Although as I'm noticing, we might need to crunch down some of these layers because we did lose some of the effect layers here. Unless I can import it differently. Let me try a few things here real quick. Oh, I renamed the wrong thing. Well, that's fine. If I import this, editable stuff? Editable? No, that doesn't work. Okay, so we need to actually export this differently in Photoshop. Let's save this. We're not at the animation part yet, but you know. Yeah, our fire lizard's gonna take us a while, apparently. Still not working. I'll probably go until next ad, and then I'm gonna be done, just so you're aware. Oh, this hasn't happened in so long. Why? Well, there goes that. Well, this might kill my computer. Give me a second. Uh-oh. You know you have a problem when you can't open Task Manager. Am I still here? Hello? We might be screwed, y'all. I think you left. This is not blue screen of death. I'm kidding. You're very helpful, Fig. Thank you. 404 not found. Yeah, this is dead. Close window. Close window. It's literally not letting me open Task Manager, which means the only way to do this might be restarting, which in that case we're done for. We're cooked. Unless we can open Task Manager. Oh wait, okay, I guess I can just search it and open it. Photoshop. End task. There we go. I haven't had that error in like so long. It was gone for the longest time. I don't know why it's doing it again. It's kind of like a really bad error to have too, because it just prevents you from saving. It's like sick. And I don't know what causes it. Okay. Let's open this one more time. We need to save as title, I guess. Okay. All right, now we need to crunch some of these layers down. Merge layers. Can probably merge. Can I merge these layers? Although I'm not like. I'm trying to decide if that makes sense. I think these will be fine because it's not applying it to a folder. Let's see how that works and see if we get every layer we need. It does a little bit of weird stuff when there's something big running in the background. I mean, I'm running Premiere, After Effects, and Photoshop, and streaming. So it's probably all those. I guess I don't need Premiere open anymore. Okay, I think that looks good. I don't see any differences. Okay. Let's do this again. All right, so let's try something. I haven't done this before, but in theory it should work. So the idea is like, the shot is we come up on this book and the book is just opening and story is like emerging from the book opening, right? Like it's coming up off the paper. That's kind of the idea for this animation. I've done a little bit of this, but our idea is to do some puppeting of the book itself. Which I don't know, can I do a puppet tool on a composition? I guess maybe. So the cool part is you can just go in and apply these points to a layer, and then you can essentially just grab it, right? I think I'm gonna need to, well, actually I probably can just, I can probably take this layer and put it inside here. So what you can do is you can pre-compose layers. Think of it as like a folder, right? So inside this layer is basically a folder of other layers where you can kind of turn on and off different ones. I've got my lighting here essentially, along with the line art and the base color. But yeah, we can go in here and essentially edit the puppet the book. This is kind of giving me maybe more of a curve than I'm wanting. So this might not be the play, but we'll see. Because in theory, we can, we can close the book. It won't look that great. We probably won't close it all the way. But I kind of don't like how the book is bending. But let's see. Sometimes when you animate stuff, like this could just end up looking like motion blur almost, right? So what we really want to do instead of doing that is when you animate something, it's all about the keyframes of a thing. So we want to make sure we animate all these keyframes. Right now they're all put at the beginning. We want all these little keyframes. So this is basically where it is at the point of the animation, right? Or at the it's its position data. The pages look odd when folded up, yeah, for sure. But that might be okay, and I'll tell you why. When it's animated, you might not know. So let's start by doing this, and it depends on how fast we make the animation, right? Because see, it's like kind of folding in on itself. But And of course, this is very slow. This is over like... That's partly because I think we're losing distance as well. So like I gotta make sure when I do this, these keyframes are wider. Kind of has to go in like the correct arc. Just maybe about where it was. Kind of hard to say. We'll make it a little bit wider. Part of what could help us here too is doing the yeah, it definitely shrinks. So that's not the answer. It does definitely look weird. But let's say we do it really fast, right? If we do it really fast and we add like motion blur to this, it might not be too bad. It runs on any old straight line. Can you track the can you curve the track line? It's a good question. Yeah, see, that looks weird. There should be a way to... Let's experiment a little bit here, because in theory... Woo! One of the problems might be is because we have these secondary points. Let's delete the puppet thing for a second. Let's try again. Let's try a second time. Because what if instead we ignore the center here being separate and see what that looks like? Okay, so that's bending the other side. The thing is, the puppet tool basically is, it doesn't extrapolate. Actually, I guess I can show the mesh. That's probably gonna be helpful. Because basically it mesh warps the thing, right? So as we do it, it's moving, it's puppeting it, right? It's like it has motion to it. You can kind of see how it's affecting it. It scrunches and it does that kind of thing. So the only answer is potentially it's adding more points, but the problem is then you have to control all those points. Or maybe I need the points in a slightly better spot. I haven't used Puppet Tool that much, but it is definitely a really powerful tool. Maybe like that. That's a little better, maybe? Like we could put another tool. Let's get rid of this. There we go. Yeah, the problem is it kind of gets wavy, right? And maybe it was better with this in here. Yeah. You isolate one side from the other, then so you move the other isn't affected. Yeah, I mean, I potentially could do that. I could just like cut this in half, right? I could do the way I could do it instead of puppeting it, right? The other option is we duplicate it. And then we do like a masking layer. and then we just change its position value. Actually not, well, probably want position and rotation. Hitting U brings up both position and or all keyframed values. So that's a useful tool. Then we can kind of like rotate and bring this guy up. So we could do something like this instead. Of course, again, this is way too slow. And then maybe we can do a combination of both things. A lot of this stuff always looks bad when you're in the beginning phases too. That's something to keep in mind. Probably the better thing to do than what I did though is we probably should try to find our anchor point here. Anchor point's currently in the middle of the screen. If we take it, use the pan behind tool, take it, we can kind of put it where the center of the book would be. And then instead, we don't have to actually change the position. We can just change the rotation. Although maybe that's slightly the wrong anchor point. Maybe it needs to be like here? Yeah. That's better. We can combine some techniques here though. We need one that's gonna be just the base here, and then the other one will be like here. Are we having fun yet? This is interesting. I did this backwards. Did I? I do the other one backwards. I mean, motion-wise, like how that actually looks a little bit better, but we're gonna have to clean that up a lot for sure. I've been having fun. This is cool. Okay, cool. I mean, basically, I have tools at my disposal, and I think the anchor point should be just under where the pages meet. Yeah, the only problem with that, let's try it, but just under where the pages meet. So like here, maybe? Well, if I change the anchor point now, does that change anything? Or is that... Can't remember how that works. Yeah, I think you're right. That's a good call. The motion looks better. The pages clipping through each other is not great, but... It makes more sense, but I'm wondering if it's going to be harder to clean up. Let's compare again. Yeah, the problem with this... Now it just needs to offset on the side of the page. Yeah. I wonder if we... What if instead we put it here? No. No, I think you're right as far as where it should be. It's just whether I can make that look good in the end without creating new assets is a little bit trickier. Let's try it, I suppose. Now it just needs the offset off to the side of the page it's on. I see what you're saying. So like this one should be maybe more here. And this one maybe more here. Maybe. That might work. I'm just playing around here for a second. Don't mind me. I guess that's what I had before. Let's just roll with this for now. We can maybe change it in a bit. Let's see if we can make this look. Maybe not. Don't listen to me. I have no editing experience. No, I think it's valid. What if instead we put this up here? This really shouldn't be a square. We just need like that. Okay, and then what we can do, let's just try this. We can edit our mask path, which is going to crop our image based on the mask. Think of it like cutting it out with a knife. Except not permanent. And then because we have 2 points of animation here, it will eventually come together, but we need to make that much faster. The thing is, whenever you're doing something like this, it always looks ugly for a bit. We're in the ugly phase. Will it ever get past the ugly phase is always the question, but that is for us to find out. That already looks better, huh? My crochet stuff is always ugly AF until I'm almost done and it all comes together at the last minute. Ooh, much better. Yeah, right? It's getting there. The pages at least don't overlap now. We probably want to continue with that though, right? Like, we probably want this to... Oops, wrong side. I guess we'll start with this one first, because it is on the top layer. We probably want it to be more in the center. And we're gonna want one more keyframe here to kind of give us a little more control. We could also probably, and I don't know if this is gonna help, but we could try to feather the mask to like kind of blur the line a little bit. I don't know if that's gonna look bad or good or what, but can you add constraints? Croc tells me to apply rotation constraints to limit how far the pages or cover can rotate. For example, set a maximum angle rotation to 90 degrees to prevent the pages from bending unnaturally. I mean, it's not really doing that currently, right? Like that's, if I was using the puppet tool maybe. But right now, that's not exactly a concern. But I don't know how you would do that. I could look that up, but it looks much better already. I wasn't reading, or I didn't see while I was reading up on that. Yeah. So I think the thing to do is, now that we have this, right? We can probably add some puppet animations into this as well. And that's going to be probably take the form of something like, this might get weird, so we'll have to see. And we can add like a little bit of fluidity to this. Actually, we're probably gonna want one more point. Oh, I added it to the wrong layer. Tee hee 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 hee. Okay, we want one in the center, we want one here, 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 we want one probably here. Okay, we just want to try to add a little bit of movement to this. It'd be cool if the pages like gently fell one at a time. Yeah, so we're kind of trying to do that. Obviously, like there's only so many pages to play with, but I'm trying to potentially give us a little bit of why is it selecting all the points? We kind of want to give these a little bit of motion, right? Looks a little bit unnatural. Probably because we need one more point here. Like I said, this isn't really a tool I use all that often. But we're giving it a shot. We're trying to learn some stuff, you know? Maybe even... No, that's not gonna work. Maybe even give just like a smidge of bend to this. Even though it's not, just like a tiny, tiny little bit, you know? To give it a little bit of movement there. And we'll make the movement look more natural a little bit later. But just the idea of the movement is there. I guess all this movement would need to be done before the book is closed, right? That's part of it. So all this animation should be like there. Part of the problem is the puppeting is not done before the book is closed, or sorry, opened. I have to ditch out. Hope the rest of this struggle pays off. Have a gooder, y'all. Gooder all. Later days, Thunder. I appreciate you being here. I'm probably gonna get this other page slightly puppeted, and then I'm probably gonna call it as well, because we are hitting an ad break. We'll go through the ad, and then we'll be done. I'm gonna keep working through it though, because this is all extra content for y'all. So if you happen to be here, this is just extra stream. Bonus content. I think I want to do like a little bit of pulling of this toward the center. Ooh, yeah, that right page is doing the thing. Yeah. It's all about like adding a lot of subtlety if you can. One of the things we probably should do at the end, well, this could be maybe feathered a little bit. I don't know why it's snapping like that. Because the keyframe is like one frame away from... None of these keyframes are where they're supposed to be, is what I'm getting at. Same with this one, I think. What the heck is going on here? These need to go like here. Or here? It's so moody outside right now and I love it. Nice. That is fun. Let's duplicate this guy. Let's also, I'm just gonna do 0 opacity. We want the mask to be deleted. And then once we get to like here, I kind of want to fade into the actual book. I don't know if that's gonna really look that good, but I think I know what I did here. It's this layer messed up on the puppeting here. The heck is it? Why is that pin? This is getting really confusing, not gonna lie to you. Okay, I think my brain is failing at this point. I get it now. There we go, that looks a lot better. On-screen celebration. Woo! Thank you, Fig. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the 40 biddies. Roll celebration. I guess this... I don't know. Yeah, my brain's failing me. I defend that it could be animate and Procreate, but it's kind of limited. Yeah, you probably could like do like Flash animation kind of stuff, I would expect, right? Hydrate, good call. All right, I think it's time to find someone to raid, I would expect. Maybe this is how it goes. Or maybe not. Maybe these points just need to go away. What the heck is happening? Now I'm just being stubborn because I feel like I need to... succeed. I don't understand how I did it right on the first one, but wrong on the second. Oh. Oh, okay, I get it now. It says this should be like way the heck over here. These should all be like here. You know when you say you should be done and then you just keep going. That's what I was talking about earlier, where it's like if you have the motivation to go a little bit, you can get the rest of the way there. There we go. Literally me constantly. So that's what I'm kind of saying, like when you're asking about like how to stay motivated on something, that's kind of it, you know? How did I just break everything? Decent at finishing my crochet project, especially ones I'm excited about, but I have a book / story I've been trying to write for years and never sat down, just worked on it, you know? Yeah, I get ya. See, that broke it again. Why does it keep breaking? It just needs to be like a so. I don't know. That's something. We'll get there eventually. For now, I think that's it. But it looks a lot better than it started, right? We could probably add a little bit of motion blur. I don't know if that really will do much, but... Oh, I guess that's what I did. I made it go just a smidge past the end. Not the rotation. Everything but the rotation. There's a smidge past the end, so we get kind of a little bit of a show. Alright, well that renders for a second. Let's find someone to raid. Any suggestions? Any TCG people, or cool artists, or game developers, or... There we go. That looks pretty decent. Animators. I kind of doubt we're gonna find an animator. You don't really see a lot of them on here. I think artist is probably the best we're gonna get. I mean, I guess I can type in animator. Animator. Not really. I'm not seeing anyone. No, with an animator tag. We can look at art, though, I suppose. Burninator. True. Actually, let me check the TCG category, because I want to make sure that we're not missing anyone we can make friends with. Is this just gonna constantly play in the background? Sorry, I'm checking out this person. No, they just are an artist who happens to also play TCGs. All right, we're just gonna find. I think we're just gonna find a cool artist. Not really seeing any Actually, one more check here. Are you sick of the animation yet? As it keeps playing for eternity. I don't know, art streams are kind of my favorite, I feel like, to watch, at least, so... We could do, like, a game design one. Oh, wait, someone's doing... cards. I don't know what I'm looking at, but... They're drawing cards of some sort. This looks like a muscly... rat bird thing. I don't know, it's kind of cute art, and at least the one I saw like a second before was less interesting, we'll say. But let's I thought you were talking about the streamer. I am talking about the streamer. Well, they're the thing they're drawing, but we're joining them. This is who we're going for. All right, anyway, the muscly rat guy, that's not the streamer. That's the card they're drawing. They're like this little bubbly pink person, but we're gonna join them. So let's roll. Let's do this. All right, I will be back. Friday, and we'll do something for sure. So, yeah, I have no idea what they're doing. It seems like some sort of thing. I don't know if it's a game or what, but we're going for it. Anyway, I will see you all Friday. Goodbye. We will work on... Maybe we'll do a play test. I think we kind of have to do a play test because we don't really have much else to do. Yeah, let's go. Awesome stream. Thank you. Thank you for the bits, and Zeno, if you're still here, thank you for the resubscribe. And thank you everyone for lurking and just hanging out. I really do appreciate it. It is awesome. It means a lot to me. So let's roll. Go, go, go.
We have to